Okay, welcome everyone to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Santa Clara Unified School District Board of Trustees. I'm calling this meeting to order at 5:02 p.m. We will do roll call of attendees. Trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Fairchild,
Here.
Trustee Muirhead is absent. Trustee Rotterman,
I'm here.
Trustee Ryan is absent. Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
And I am here, Student Trustee Brown. All right, so we have a quorum. Could I please get the introduction of our interpreter, please?
Good evening. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Verónica Adams. Catherine, Hertel y yo seremos las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida por el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice Interpretación en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione el idioma de español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick note on Trustee Fairchild, pursuant to Government Code 54950 of the Brown Act. Trustee Fairchild has notified the superintendent that she has an emergency that requires her to participate in tonight's board meeting via virtual platform. Okay, Trustee Rotterman, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
Thank you. Okay. The mission of Santa Clara Unified is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. The vision of Santa Clara Unified is that graduates of Santa Clara Unified School District are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamian Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. Okay. The agenda, do we have anyone that has any comments or would like to pull any items or?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Because Trustee Fairchild is on Zoom, all of our votes tonight will be roll call. Trustee Canova absent. Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead is absent. Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan is absent. Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Student Trustee Brown? And that passes 4-0 with Trustee Brown also voting yes. Okay, I will read our civility policy before I ask for comment on closed session. Board Policy 1313 is our civility policy. It is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as to the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protections for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic or digital systems and platforms. Okay, do we have anyone who would like to speak to comment on the closed session? Ms. Wysocki.
Good evening. As you head into closed session, UTSC leadership would like to inform the school board that our membership overwhelmingly ratified the tentative agreements reached during this year's bargaining session with SCUSD. 72% of our membership cast their vote, and of those who voted, 96% approved the tentative agreements. Our continuing partnership with the district was evident at the bargaining table as we had hard conversations, but with positive intent, a willingness to listen, and collaborative approach to problem solving. We just wanted to let you know of our ratification vote before you went into closed session tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wysocki. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to comment on closed session? Okay. All right, the board will now head into closed session. In closed session, we will discuss item B1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one special education claim, student number 213-25112. B2, public employee discipline dismissal release. B3, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Gary Waddell, superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, assistant superintendent, human resources, and Mark Shield, deputy superintendent of operations and chief business official, employee organizations, UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. B4, public employee discipline dismissal release, complaint number 202400708. And B5, public employee performance evaluation, agency designated representative, board president Bonnie Lieberman, title superintendent. We anticipate 60 to, 90 minutes. I don't know. 60 to 90 minutes-ish. So hopefully we'll see you between 6 and 6:30. Thank you so much. Hey, welcome back. In close, oh, let me introduce the translator, please.
Good evening. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Verónica Adams. Catherine Hertel y yo seremos las intérpretes españoles de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida por el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice Interpretación en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione el idioma de español. En este menú también puede seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés.
Thank you. Okay, in closed session for item B1, a majority of the board in closed session voted to approve a compromise agreement with parents to resolve potential and threatened claims against the district. On a motion by Board Member Rotterman and seconded by Board Member Muirhead, with a roll call vote passed by a vote of 6-0 with Trustee Canova absent. Trustee Fairchild voted yes. Trustee Muirhead voted yes. Trustee Rotterman voted yes. Trustee Ryan voted yes. Trustee Watanabe voted yes. And I voted yes. On item B2, the board received information and took action. Tonight, the Board of Education voted 6-0 to ratify the termination of employment for classified employee number 7041. As the employee has ceased all participation in the hearing officer selection and related dismissal process and failed to respond to multiple district communications, the underlying charges for dismissal are hereby now deemed uncontested. The board further authorizes the district administration to take all necessary actions to finalize this matter. The roll call vote was as follows. Ayes, Trustee Muirhead, Trustee Rotterman, Trustee Fairchild, Trustee Ryan, Trustee Watanabe, and Trustee Lieberman. Trustee Canova was absent. Tonight, the Board of Education voted 6-0 to accept the separation and general release of employee number 9253. The board further authorizes the district administration to take all necessary actions to finalize this matter. The roll call vote was as follows. Ayes, Trustee Rotterman, Trustee Muirhead, Trustee Ryan, Trustee Watanabe, Trustee Fairchild, and Trustee Lieberman. Absent was Trustee Canova. For item B3, the board received information and gave direction. For item B4, the board received information and took action. In closed session, the board considered the appeal of complaints, my apologies, filed by one district employee against another pursuant to Board Policy 4030 and Administrative Regulation 1312.1, and also considered the Deputy Superintendent's written decision responsive to the complaints. In closed session, the board took action to uphold the Deputy Superintendent's decision on the complaints and directed the Deputy Superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notice. The roll call vote was as follows. Ayes, Trustee Rotterman, Trustee Watanabe, Trustee Muirhead, Trustee Ryan, Trustee Fairchild, and Trustee Lieberman. Absent was Trustee Canova. For item B5, the board received information and took action. Okay. And now we will move on to item D1, a report from our superintendent. Dr. Waddell?
Thank you, President Lieberman. It has been an exceptionally busy time in the district. I just want to comment on that our teachers and staff are hard at work ensuring that we are providing a high-quality education to our children and youth in environments that nurture the whole child, which is our core work. It's what we're here to do. I want to send a huge thank you to them for that work and to our families and communities for their partnership as it takes us all working together to do our very best by our young people. As has been reported, we saw a number of secondary students who were engaged in protests and walkouts this week. We fully support our young people's First Amendment rights to free speech and always work with them to provide a safe space to exercise those rights on school campuses when possible. We know these are volatile times and create uncertainty and fear across our community. We're working closely with local and state officials to ensure that we're supporting our young people within the confines of the law. Our mission remains to provide an affirming and welcoming educational environment for every child who enters our schoolhouses. Hard stop. This week, we saw a number of community and staff input opportunities. On Monday, our team hosted a mobile device community town hall on the proposed policy in response to AB 3216 and taking a fresh look at our mobile device policies. Our students have been highly engaged in this process. We were fortunate to host a panel from San Mateo High School who have been implementing this policy, a similar policy, for 5 years that included the principal, teachers, and parents, in addition to our own student trustee Brown, who provided great information from the perspective of our students. Thank you for your participation. Similarly, our Ed Services team hosted 2 input sessions for PE teachers on the proposed PE credit policy that were really quite informative and served to flesh out potential challenges and guidance into the policy for consideration by the committee and ultimately by the board. I learned a great deal from yesterday's call about the intricacies of PE and how the many moving parts fit all together. We know there's a lot of interest in this policy on both sides of the issue and look forward to continuing to gather input and reflect on the themes that are emerging through this process. I just wanted to take a moment to give a shout out to our special educators across the district and the amazing young people that they serve. We have a robust special education program, and it's heartening to interact with our young people with IEPs and see the truly remarkable accomplishments that they're making each and every day, often in the face of tremendous obstacles. To these young people and their families, I want you to know that we see you and deeply value you as students of SCUSD, and know that we are a better and stronger district for your presence here, your contributions, and the truly amazing work that you do each and every day. Let me end with a word on something you have heard me discuss many times: kindness. It doesn't take much effort these days to hear how divided we are, to hear of instances of fear and uncertainty and negativity in the public space. In times such as these, it's my view that kindness is not a nice add-on, but is center to our capacity to care for one another, to stand up when a classmate or neighbor is suffering, and to reinforce our Santa Clara way of linking arms together and caring for one another. You have logged over 50,000 acts of kindness on our tracker, and I know we can achieve even more. But I also know that every one of those acts made a difference in someone's lives when they received it, and also a difference in the lives of those that committed the acts. So please take a moment to reflect on the role that a single act of kindness can have in a fellow student, colleague, or family member's life, and how we're all better and stronger when we stand together and care for one another. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Waddell. Okay, we'll move on now to our Student Senate report. Ms. Sample from McDonald High School.
Hello, everyone, both here in person or joining us via Zoom. I'm Aviana Sample. I'm honored to serve as our Junior Vice President for Kathleen McDonald. And additionally, I proudly represent Kathleen McDonald's student body as your student senator. It's been a while since my last report, so I have 5 full months of exciting updates to share with you guys tonight. So let's get started. As we know, girls flag football made an incredible debut this season and truly had a successful run. We are also excited to see what next season has in store for them. In addition, our football team made its varsity debut this year and had an action-packed season. The entire McDonald community is eager to see how this team will continue to grow and thrive in our upcoming season. Our community is so incredibly proud of all the fall sports teams this season, from girls flag football to our hardworking football team, and the dedication and the spirit that has been shown has been truly inspiring. A special shout out to our tennis team, who has had a fantastic season and showcased tremendous skills and sportsmanship. This past semester, Kathleen McDonald High School has been buzzing with exciting events, the unforgettable moments from academic achievements to community building activities. We've truly had something for everyone. Let me take you through some of the highlights. Starting off, we had an incredible club rush this year, giving students the chance to explore a variety of exciting clubs. We are thrilled to see the foundational clubs such as BSU, the Medical Club, and the Theater Club, which is already making waves and impactful performances. These clubs have already made a significant impact, and we are eager to watch them grow and thrive as these foundational clubs. At our school, we truly value celebrating different cultures and fostering inclusivity. This year, clubs like the VSA Club, the Desi Club, have gone above and beyond, hosting fantastic events for Lunar New Year and Diwali. These cultural celebrations have brought our school community closer together and has helped us appreciate the diverse backgrounds that makes McDonald's such a unique place. Okay, sorry. Additionally, we celebrated Latinx heritage with a vibrant Dia de Muertos event, which was a beautiful expression of cultural and tradition. This event, along with others, really helped us all embrace the beauty of diversity, making our school feel even more united. Adding on with events, we cannot forget about Homecoming Week. It was full of spirit days, pep rallies, and of course, the anticipated football game. The energy was contagious, and the entire school came together to show our pride. I had the pleasure of hosting our homecoming rally. It was such an honor to be part of this incredible excitement this week. The school spirit was through the roofs, and the rally truly set the tone for the unforgettable week we had. Halloween brought out the creative side of everyone at McDonald. Our Halloween costume contest was full of amazing and quite hilarious costumes. And it was such a blast seeing everyone get involved in their spooky spirit. Another exciting event that we had at McDonald was our Birds Take Flight event. It was an amazing turnout, and it really showed the unique spirit of our school. The event brought everyone together in such a special way. Moving on at Kathleen McDonald, things are moving in such a positive direction. It's exciting to see how much the school is growing by the second, and we are proud of all the progress that we have made as a community. Our founding class has finally registered for their senior classes next year, making a significant milestone for our school. It's incredible to witness how much this founding class is growing. Additionally, we've added 2 new campus supervisors, Miss Sandra and Mr. Andre, who have been doing great and ensuring our safety at McDonald. Their presence has made a big difference in creating a positive and secure environment for all of us. We are so grateful to have these people part of our community. Here's a cool fun fact to talk about growing in our founding class. Junior Kush Patel has been the first person in McDonald history to obtain a student permit. As our founding class gets older, we start to hit these exciting milestones. It's awesome to see these students breaking new ground here. So what's to come for McDonald? Spring is right around the corner, and there's a lot to be excited about at McDonald. With the spring dance coming up, we are gearing up for a fantastic evening that will bring the whole school together and celebrate this upcoming season. As winter sports come to an end, we are gearing up and getting ready for our spring sports. And the anticipation is building up as athletes get ready to compete. There's a lot of buzz around the school already as we plan an unforgettable season. With plenty of events, games, and activities in the works, we're set to make the spring one to remember. As we look ahead, it's clear that Kathleen McDonald is continuing to grow and thrive. From the creation of new foundational clubs, the spirit of homecoming week, and the excitement that spring will bring. There is so much happening that makes our school community truly something special. With so many opportunities ahead, both inside and outside the classroom, we're shaping an unforgettable year. In conclusion, thank you so much for everyone here being here tonight and listening to me. So thank you.
Thank you so much. You're fabulous. I could listen to you talk all night long. That was incredible. Thank you. Okay, well, now the union presidents have a big act to follow. Miss Alpin, you get to go first.
I printed my notes because it was hard to read on the phone. Okay. Good evening, Dr. Waddell, Ms. Burrell, Ms. Brown, President Lieberman, and board trustees. I wanted to bring to your attention to a critical issue that affects the efficiency and success of our school district, communication with classified employees. As essential members of our educational community, classified staff, such as custodians, food service workers, office staff, and paraprofessionals must be kept fully informed. We cannot overlook the importance of making sure the information that impacts their daily work reaches them effectively and promptly. It is not enough to have systems in place. Those systems must be actively used to ensure that the information flows seamlessly across all levels. I urge the district to look closely at the systems already in place and analyze their effectiveness from the perspective of our classified members. The voices of classified employees are crucial to the success of students and the efficiency of the work that needs to be done. And their feedback can highlight any gaps that need addressing. Let's work together to ensure that the communication tools we already have are being used to their full potential. By engaging classified staff, we can create a more inclusive, efficient, and responsive work environment for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wysocki?
I don't have it printed. Hello, again, President Lieberman, Board of Trustees, Dr. Waddell, and Ms. Burrell. As I informed you earlier tonight, we're pleased to share that UTSC ratified the tentative agreements from our most recent bargaining session. 739 members cast their vote with 96% of the votes approving the agreements. We'd like to thank the district for a successful bargaining session. I'd like to start this evening by offering a thank you to the district for their quick response to our teachers' request for additional information and training on the current immigration practices and procedures. It's a strange time we're in, and national direction seems to change on a dime. We are pleased that in just a few days, the district gathered questions from teachers and staff, connected with the attorney to provide legal answers where necessary, and not only filmed a 30-minute instructional webinar, but shared it widely for our members to watch. We appreciate the work of Dr. Waddell, Alyssa Meltzer, Jen Dorico, Dr. Brenda Carrillo, and attorney June Paulino for their time and effort they put into providing answers to our members' questions. Over the past few years, well, quite a few years actually, we've worked together in partnership to strengthen our data collection systems. We've had these conversations in the Early Literacy Committee, talked about it at our LAMPS meetings, our DLT meetings, and in site-level SLT meetings. Our goal is to study student data to drive and improve instructional practices, which will ultimately improve student growth. We want our teachers to work smarter, not harder. Our focus has been very targeted to student instruction, as it should be, because all of our students deserve the best. We want to support their growth through our improvement. But as a system, it doesn't appear we're consistently using data to look internally at our larger system. UTSC seeks the commitment of the district to use data we've collected over time regarding internal systems. This will help us to determine the efficacy of practices we have in place in our larger school system. As a district, we already have much of the data. Let's be strategic and intentional in reviewing our systems data, drawing conclusions from it, and make necessary tweaks to our system so that we can improve our district as a whole. Our consistent focus to make improvements to our instructional practices based on student data should be mirrored by changes we need to make so we can improve our educational system as a whole. Looking at our data sets can be an early indicator of system breakdowns. We are now just literally a few hours away from very needed break for our teachers. We've been working through tense times since December break, and the pressure is felt by all of us. I wish all of our teachers a wonderful break, lots of sunshine, or quiet rainy days with good book. You have earned every single minute of your vacation. Rest, 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 or play, 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 whichever works the best for you. Thank you for your attention. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on now to public comment on unagendized items. But oh, there's a switch in the back. And before we do that, I will read our civility policy. Board Policy 1313 is our civility policy. It is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic or digital systems and platforms. So when you come up to the podium, you should turn on the microphone by pressing the button and the light will turn green. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer is right behind you there, and it will beep when the time is up. So the first slips that I have are from Nathan Stark, Lily Pete, and Luke Betancourt. So yeah, go ahead.
There we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathan Stark. I am the general manager of Rob Skate Academy. We're a youth outreach organization and teach mindfulness through skateboarding. So Rob Skate Academy is a grassroots organization that started in the Bay Area for the sole purpose of giving the youth a place to learn how to skateboard safely and freely without the worry of taking on any major injuries. Our coaches take a hands-on approach to learning, ensuring our students an ideal environment for personal growth and safety during after-school programming. In the fall of 2024, we partnered with 28 schools across Oakland, Hayward, San Leandro, San Lorenzo, and Mount Diablo Unified School Districts. Currently, this season, we're partnered with 28 schools and counting. Our core mission at the Academy is to teach mindfulness through skateboarding, meaning we use skateboarding as a visual aid for students in order to teach about concepts such as mindfulness, social and emotional health, and awareness. In addition to coaching, we aim to be mentors and support systems for youth both outside of home and school environments. We want to set the next generation up for success by lining their mental toolboxes with plenty of options for them to choose from, tools we may not have had when we were their age. Skateboarding at its core is fundamentally different from other traditional sports and falls into a separate category altogether. We call this category lifestyle sports. Lifestyle sports are often favored by students who tend to be a bit introverted or prefer to work alone and express their individuality. Kids with this type of mentality are regularly sidelined in favor of more traditional physical activities. That's where we come in. Our aim is to reach the youth that normally shy away from traditional sports and give them a healthy physical outlet to turn to. Skateboarding has a multitude of health, social, and mental benefits that can aid in students' development. From a purely physical perspective, we help sharpen their bodies' fine motor skills in the form of tricks. Along with that comes a sense of community. Skateboarding has an incredibly diverse and yet tight-knit culture. Perseverance, however, is taught through challenge, and skateboarding is immensely difficult. And coping with failure is a major part of every child's growth of character. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, was there an ask or a
Yes,
point?
we would like to provide after-school enrichment programming for students in the Santa Clara School District.
So can a staff member be in touch with how?
Absolutely.
You can do that?
I was going to ask afterward if I could hand out my cards to you guys, but yeah. Yeah, that would be
There.
wonderful.
Okay, which button? Is it already on? Oh, thank you. Okay, sorry. All right. Hello, I'm Lily. I'm an administrative assistant with Rob Skate Academy. Yes, we'd like to host after-school programming throughout Santa Clara. As I understand it right now, there is a rule, policy clause, I don't know the formal term, that is not allowing skateboards on your campus. So we're here to appeal to that tonight. In today's digital age, it's crucial to find activities that engage both the minds and bodies of youth. At Rob Skate Academy, we utilize both lifestyle and miniature fingerboard parks to keep kids fully engaged. Our fingerboard parks help develop fine motor skills, enhancing dexterity, hand-eye coordination, and finger strength, things that are vital for academic tasks like writing, drawing, and using electronics. As our life-size parks, children develop their gross motor skills by learning skills such as hand-eye coordination, locomotion, and balance through skating. Skating encourages kids' independence, such as having them learn what to wear, pack, and eat for successful skate sessions. It also acts as an outlet for stress, helping kids manage emotion while boosting their mood through dopamine and serotonin release. Skating fosters inclusivity, providing a space where children from all backgrounds and abilities feel welcome. As a lifestyle sports activity, skating differs from competitive sports by focusing on kids' personal growth rather than competition. Our goal is to help kids achieve independence through skate equipment, whether that means that we're physically helping them out while they're skating or they're using our adaptive skate tools, such as our skate trainer. Our executive director, Rob Ferguson, had created our skate trainer in fall of last year, and that is to help those with differing ability levels be able to skate. So maybe someone who's not usually able to get onto a skateboard now can safely. We closely work with a lot of expanded learning programs across the Bay Area, most notably our partnership with Yes Sports out in Oakland that encourages children of all backgrounds the access to the journey of physical health. Skateboarding fosters resilience, encouraging kids of all ages to tackle challenges with creativity and adaptability. This mindset translates to overcoming obstacles in daily life. And I know it's going to run out in a second, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Luke Betancourt and then Mason Conklin.
Hello, council members. My name is Luke Betancourt, and I am a junior from Santa Clara High School. I'm here with Rob Skate Academy to bring skateboarding to the Santa Clara Unified School District. Growing up playing traditional sports, I often felt secluded and isolated from the rest of my teammates, as a growing competitiveness created an unhealthy environment for me. Skateboarding acted as a positive outlet where I could be active and social within a welcoming community. Skating acted as my third place. American sociologist Ray Oldenburg created this term, third spaces, to represent a space where people can affirm themselves and build empathy for identities different from their own. This effectively aids early development in children, thus learning more about themselves and others, creating an active and engaged community. Additionally, Oldenburg states that accessibility to these spaces is just as important as the space itself. As a result, many young people have turned to digital means of a third space, such as Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok, due to its accessibility. But now with the addition of the Phone Free School Act soon to be implemented into the Santa Clara Unified School District, it's important children have a new and healthy third space to turn to. Luckily, skateboarding doesn't need a specific location in order to practice and have fun, effectively replacing old unhealthy habits with new and safe, welcoming spaces that promote in-person connections and proven to be more beneficial than online spaces. Overall, skateboarding has helped me learn more about myself, act as a creative outlet, helped me build positive relationships, boosted my self-confidence, and has truly given me a feeling of belonging. My only hope is to share this joy to the youth, creating a community of active and passionate people. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Mason. Wait, this is okay. Sorry. Hi, I'm Mason Conklin, a junior at Santa Clara High School. I'm here today with Rob Skate Academy because I wanted to share my experiences with skating. As with your support, we can help many other students in the Santa Clara community develop strong physical health habits that'll help them grow not only as students but as people. My physical health has never been better, largely thanks to skateboarding. Since 8th grade, once I started skating, I've lost 30 pounds and maintained good health. Growing up, I played many traditional sports like football, baseball, and soccer. However, I never enjoyed any of them. And despite efforts from my parents and myself, I remained extremely unhealthy. Through skateboarding, however, I found a passion that brought me outside every day, improved my health, and gave me a reason to take care of myself. Through advancing my skills in skating, it has given me communication skills, a drive for perfection in all aspects of life, developed discipline, made me a better student, gave me confidence, and boosted self-esteem. I believe that skateboarding can do this for many others, and with the help of a program like Rob Skate Academy, we can help all the members of our community who want to improve their lives and find themselves, but couldn't because the activities offered to us weren't available. I hope you consider all the benefits skating has to offer, and instead of holding on to the deep-rooted stereotypes holding skating back, look to the future and see what skateboarding can do for the youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on an unagendized item? These are the only slips I had, so I just want to make sure there's no one else. Is there anyone in the Zoom? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on now to consent items. G 1 through 1, 2, and 3. Can I get a motion to
Motion to
approve?
approve, Rotterman?
Second, Muirhead.
Is trustee Fairchild still online?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, so because trustee Fairchild is online, we'll do our votes by roll call. So trustee Canova is absent. Trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan, trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
and trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that passes 6-0 with trustee Canova absent. Okay, item H 2 through 19. Megan, a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Rotterman?
I wanted to pull an item, President Lieberman.
Okay, which one would you
Yeah,
like to pull?
H9, please.
Okay, so we're gonna pull H9 from consent.
Motion to approve less H9?
So, okay, items H2 through H8 and H10 through H19.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from trustee Rotterman, a second from trustee Muirhead. Trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
student trustee Brown. And I vote yes, so that passes 6-0 with trustee Canova being absent and student trustee Brown voting yes. So now we'll come back up to H9, trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President. Yes, so this is, it's just a policy question. The change order is in the amount of, it's less than $10,000. And I was wondering if the school district had a policy regarding the amount that, like the superintendent or maybe a cabinet member would be authorized to approve so that it doesn't have to go on the consent calendar.
The answer to that is we have been given authority to move forward with construction change orders in the past within our allowance amounts in order to allow the construction projects to continue to move forward. And then we bring those to the board for approval at the appropriate time. And that is in order to ensure that we are complying with public contract code. In the event that the contract amount or the change order in this case exceeds 10% of the original contract amount, we're then required to actually pass a resolution, and then it becomes out, it leaves the consent calendar, becomes an action item.
Okay, great. So, I mean, because it had to come to the board meeting tonight, doesn't mean that it wasn't already, that you all didn't like,
No,
okay it and
we've
prove it.
been able to go ahead
forward.
with prior direction that we've received, been able to move forward with those. As long as the dollar amount isn't way out there. If it's like a really big dollar amount, then we bring that to the board to have advance approval for it,
Yeah.
as opposed to moving forward.
Great. Thank you very much for that clarification. And with that, I move to make a motion to approve H9.
Second, Rotterman?
Okay, we have a motion from trustee Watanabe and a second from trustee Rotterman. Trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
trustee Rotterman,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Student trustee Brown. Okay, that passes 6-0 with trustee Canova absent and student trustee Brown voting yes. Item I1, the 2025 California School Board Association Delegate Assembly Region 20 ballot. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes, thank you. So this comes to us every year that because we have to, our board gets one vote on delegates from our region, which happens to correspond to our county. It's a little bit different this year because with decreasing enrollment and the allocation of delegates is based on enrollment. So our county actually dropped the number of delegates. So in the past, we would have voted for 6 this round, but now we're only voting for 4. And plus, San Jose Unified used to automatically get a delegate because of their enrollment numbers, and they've actually dropped below the threshold. So they no longer qualify for an automatic delegate. So that's just a little bit of history. So this time we get to pick 4 out of this list of 7. So I picked 4 that I have experience with that I thought would be good, and I don't know what happened to my notes. But I know anyways. Okay, so the four that I am suggesting are Teresa Castellanos from San Jose Unified, Naomi Nakano Matsumoto from Fremont Union High School District, George Sanchez from Franklin McKinley Elementary School District, and Vishali Surkay from Los Altos Elementary School District. I have reasons kind of for each one of them. If you want more, or if you're just good with it, then we can just vote.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind hearing a couple of reasons, as well as, one of the incumbents you didn't pick was Van Lay. I've worked with her before. And so, that was a while back. And it may have nothing to do with her, but have to do with demographics, et cetera. Could you go ahead and give us those reasons?
Sure. For all of them, or Vaughn in particular?
Well,
I-
yeah,
I
for
don't-
Vaughn in particular, but the other four that you recommended,
Okay.
and if it's short, that's fine.
Sure. Well, I'll make it pretty brief because I don't know if they're listening. So, and I work with all of them. So Teresa from San Jose Unified, she's been on the Delegate Assembly for a long time. She does represent a very large district in our area, and she's been really committed and active on the Delegate Assembly. Elizabeth, I don't know as well, but I think she's growing in abilities. She's fairly new. So I thought I would hold off on her. Von Lee, it says Union School District. No, she's actually from East Side, I believe. She's on an East Side, maybe the high school district or elementary district.
Yeah, the
on that
ballot
side.
says East Side Union.
Yeah, East Side. Okay, so just our note was wrong. East. But George Sanchez is also running from Franklin McKinley. And so if I was looking for someone from East Side, I really do like George. He's been on the Delegate Assembly for a long time, but he's very involved. He's run for higher office on the CSBA, but has not made it yet. So I liked, so that was sort of a comparison between George and Vaughn. Vaughn has been on it in the past. Naomi, I think, has been on her board, Fremont Union High School District, for a number of years. So I liked her. I also was looking at some difference between unified high school, elementary, so I was keeping that in mind. And she is on a high school district. Jorge is, he was on an East Side district. He's now on the Santa Clara County office. The county office gets an appointed delegate, so they already have one from the county office, so I wasn't interested in a second one. George, I think I already talked about, and Vaishali Surkay is from an elementary school district, and she's also an officer on the Santa Clara County School Boards Association, so she's stepping up, and I want to acknowledge that part.
Thank you very much. And so you're going to make a motion?
It was a motion to approve Teresa Castellanos, Naomi Nakano Matsumoto, George Sanchez, and Vaishali
Second,
Surkay.
Rotterman.
Okay, so we have a motion from Trustee Muirhead, a second from Trustee Rotterman. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
I vote yes. Student Trustee Brown. Okay, that passes 6-0 with Trustee Canova absent and Student Trustee Brown also voting yes. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Action item J1, resolution number 2505, reaffirming support for equal access to education for all children and families regardless of immigration status.
Move to approve, Ryan.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
I vote yes. Student Trustee Brown. That passes 6-0 with Trustee Canova absent and Student Trustee Brown voting yes.
I did want to say one real quick thing. Staff was really good. I had a couple of points that I wanted to bring up on the resolution. They looked at that, worked at it, redid a few things, and was very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Action item J2, resolution number 2506, affirming March as Arts Education Month.
Motion. Second, Rotterman.
A motion from Trustee Ryan, a second from Trustee Rotterman. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Student Trustee Brown. And I vote yes. So that passes 6-0 with trustee Canova absent and student trustee Brown voting yes. Action items, K1, 2024-2025 certificated seniority list.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Muirhead.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Student trustee Brown.
I don't think she votes on it.
Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, it's HR. Never mind. My apologies. I vote yes. So that passes 6-0 with trustee Canova being absent. Action item K2, revised classified hourly unrepresented salary schedule effective February 13th, 2025.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Muirhead.
Motion from trustee Rotterman, a second from trustee Muirhead. Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with trustee Canova absent. K3, resolution number 2507, preliminary resolution, reduction of classified service for lack of work and/or funds.
Motion.
Sorry, question on that.
Trustee Muirhead.
Why does it say preliminary resolution? I was just looking, they don't usually say preliminary.
Dr. Gonzalez?
After notifying the employees, if they choose to have a hearing, we will have a hearing. And then we will have a final resolution after this, probably in May or so, after having a hearing. So that's why we call it a preliminary resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Muirhead.
A motion from trustee Rotterman, a second from trustee Muirhead. Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with trustee Canova absent. K4, 2024-2025, tentative agreement between the Santa Clara Unified School District and United Teachers of Santa Clara, AB 1200 UTSC financial disclosure and 2024-2025 certificated salary schedules.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Muirhead.
Motion from trustee Rotterman and a second from trustee Muirhead. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes 6-0 with trustee Canova absent. Item K5, resolution number 2508, Lincoln's birthday observance waiver for the 25-26 school year.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Ryan.
We have a motion from trustee Rotterman and a second from trustee Ryan. Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
I vote yes. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 6-0 with trustee Canova being absent. Okay, item L1, Director of Bond Projects. Are there any questions on the report? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Item L2, Director of Facility Development and Planning. Any questions or comments on that report? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Item L3, Presentation, Research Practice Learning Partnership. Dr. Knavel.
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Waddell, and Ms. Burrell. I'm very excited to be here tonight. We are here tonight to share with you the incredible work that has been taking place at Agnew, Huerta, and McDonald through our Research Practice Learning Partnership between Santa Clara Unified and Stanford University's Graduate School of Education, their Learning Differences Initiative. And I'm here tonight to present with my teammates from the core leadership team of our Research Practice Learning Partnership, and that is Dr. Elizabeth Kozlowski and Nicole Henderson, both from Stanford's Graduate School of Education. Let's see. So we have provided, so that the public knows, we have provided a detailed report for you But tonight we're here to just give you some highlights on that, just to take a few minutes. Our partnership was born, as you can see on this, of an earlier partnership with the Graduate School of Education and 2 other school districts where we really spent time learning together in a lesson study model around inclusive education and also in partnership with an international school. And this sparked the idea of a research practice partnership, which then developed into this partnership that you approved and was formed in 2022. And we call ours a research practice learning partnership, and you'll see why in our presentation. So you are going to hear tonight what we've been up to and what our plans for the future are. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kozlowski.
There's been a lot of activity each year in the work that we've been doing. A lot of the process of building a partnership has been around developing a theory of action of what we do in a partnership that is both driven by the needs of the district and particularly the needs of the teachers who are in the 3 schools that we're partnering with. We've been very purposeful in not bringing a research agenda to the school district and the teachers and trying to persuade them to do something that doesn't actually follow what they're seeing in their own classrooms and what they want to do. So we have this model of a theory of action that has to do with embedding ourselves in the work of the schools, learning to work with the principals, to work with the teachers, and to have a committee of representatives of each of the 3 schools on the Agnew campus, where we learn about the possibilities of what practice could become by taking the practice that is and then talking about what the possibilities are. And we use a model where we are building inquiry teams that are actually happen with practice in the classroom and collect data about what's going on and learn about the children who are in those classrooms and model and come up with research practices from the community of research across Stanford and elsewhere, and actually modify and use that to work in the classrooms and collect data on what's going on. So the first part of this is to form inquiry teams. This year, we've been focused a lot on marrying the practice of teachers to the needs of kids. So we have students acting as researchers in their own classrooms with teachers forming these research teams that are really powerful about changing practice of what's going on. So we learn together through classroom inquiry, and then we develop these powerful techniques of learning that we can share across the school communities. And of course, as researchers at Stanford, what we're interested in is how do we mobilize the knowledge that we're getting on your campuses and to bring it to other communities of practice, both here in California and across the country. So there's research that follows the traditional knowledge mobilization practice going on, where we're actually writing papers about what's going on and following the institutional practices of human rights as well. But it's a three-pronged stool, and it keeps moving and moving, and it couldn't really happen without the teachers and without Nicole being on site doing the work that she does with Sandra Velasquez, who's the other part of this incredible community of practice. So the other thing that we've been doing is really focusing on a really important part of the work that goes on in the school, and that is helping paraeducators to become more conscious of what they're doing and to work with teachers and paraeducators to build a much more powerful relationship between the educators who are working in the classrooms to benefit all kids, to work with the school leaders on particular problems of practice that they have around social emotional learning and the well-being of teachers as they deal with complex problems in the classroom. That's led to a couple different projects that we had last year. And then to support this idea that we're in a continuous improvement cycle. We're not here to do a one and done thing. We continue to improve practice through this continuous relationship of what shall we learn? What does that mean? And how can we continue to install it as just part of the work that goes on at the Ag News campus? So we're very grateful for this kind of partnership. And this year, we've also brought along Stanford teacher education students to become part of this process as well. So they are building the next generation of teachers, which I think is incredibly valuable to the whole community practice.
Good evening. I'm really excited to be here. I think the last time I was in front of the board was when we were initiating our partnership back in 2022. So looking forward to sharing with you all the updates. Our partnership work is initiated through our RPLP steering committee, which is comprised of membership across the Ag News campus complex. So principals, teachers from Agnew Elementary, Dolores Huerta Middle School, and Kathleen McDonald High School, as well as our Learning Differences Initiative and our clinical team at Stanford's Teacher Education Program make up our steering committee, and we're looking to continue that work as we pursue our partnership activities. And it has been an awesome design process in the way that we're developing the work that we can pursue. As Elizabeth, Dr. Kozlowski mentioned, we focus on thinking about how are we designing our work based off of the problems of practice that our educators are bringing forward and front and center as priorities for their sites and for their students and teachers, and then think about ways that we can collect and draw on research to initiate cycles of inquiries to pursue those projects while collecting data to think about measurable outcomes for students at our campuses. Some of the work that we have been able to engage in together as we were developing relationships. We've been able to glean information from other districts and organizations and had an opportunity to go to San Francisco Unified School District's public research lesson, I think that was just last year, to learn about some of their models and think about how it would influence and impact the work that we want to do, as well as thinking about schools that are already in partnerships, and the Brainwave Learning Center at the Synapse School is another model that is in partnership with Stanford that we also had a chance to visit together as we were developing projects that we pursued this year. So some of that work, there we go. As we've mentioned, the trajectory of our work, the Paraprofessional Development Academy is currently started at Agnew Elementary in the last year and is currently in its second year. We also piloted a few projects last year. The Condor Career Cornerstone Connect project at McDonald High School talked about post-secondary college and career readiness opportunities and had a very community development model where we brought in families and students to think about ways to pursue those options. The Project Echo, we brought in teams from our Stanford Developmental Behavior Pediatrics Department to talk with teachers who brought in case studies around problems of practice, and then also had a collaborative group model where they were learning from not only our Stanford professional team, but each other. So a peer-to-peer, colleague-to-colleague model to pursue strategies for continuous cycles of improvement with students in their classrooms that they were bringing directly to this collaborative meeting group and spending their time to really discuss and dig into what would work to support their students, as well as understanding the conflict cycle. One thing that was elevated were teachers thinking about not only the social emotional wellness needs of their students, but also how to manage their own social emotional wellness needs to be able to better support students. So our conflict cycle pilot project last year gave direct coaching to teachers to think about their emotional regulation to be able to better support students who are in conflict crises in the moment. And so some of the things that we would like to continue with are our Parapro Academy extension, which now has extended across the three campuses, Agnew, Huerta, and McDonald, to support paras, and will continue to grow in thinking about ways to connect para-educators in their collaboration and communication strategies with both the resource specialist teachers as well as the gen ed teachers, and thinking about that communication and feedback loop to support all students in their learning process. The ROAR is the Rapid Online Assessment for Reading, and we're looking at that as a platform to think about ways that we can glean data and information so teachers can think about additional inquiry cycles based off that instantaneous data that they're getting around their students' current academic levels. And then the Inclusive Inquiry Project, we just wrapped the first cycle of inquiry this past Tuesday with an amazing group of third and fourth grade teachers and students who collaborated as a research team. We have some in the audience now. And they focused on thinking about how are we designing learning so that all students are included. So as you can see in this picture here, our third and fourth grade students went through a 3-week education research training to become education researchers and gave feedback, honest, pure third and fourth grade feedback to their teachers about what they thought as they were designing lessons that focused on the character trait of the month, which was kindness, what they thought would work for themselves and their peers in their classrooms to help make sure that all students were learning. And as we wrapped, a lot of excitement around that. Some of the feedback from students were many of their peers want to become education researchers, and they would love to figure out ways to think about doing education research on the weekends. So sounds like my Saturdays are booked through the end of the school year. And then in addition to that, Inclusive Strategies for Learning at Puerto, we have started to center student voice through a focus group cycle to think about how students are feeling connected and included in their learning environments, that leading to sharing that data with the school site staff to also engage in continuous cycles of improvement.
Okay, so just to kind of share where we're headed. Again, Dr. Kozlowski explained that we added this year some Stanford teacher education candidates into our classrooms who are learning alongside of our wonderful teachers. And that brings some collaboration as to what the students are learning in their graduate education program and becoming teachers with our very well-trained and well-developed staff. And so that's been a great addition. As well, Nicole talked a little bit about this, but our Para-Pro Academy just is, what it is that paras are being trained to know exactly how to support students, which, we have 2 amazing para trainers that have also been doing that work. But now we're trying to form it into a sustainable model where paras are learning how to support students academically in the classroom as well as supporting teachers in the teaching part. And then involving teachers in that model of how can they work together more closely. And so that's been just taking off so incredibly well. And so we want to just continue as our sites bring up problems of practice to us on how we actually can move forward with more. And actually, I have to say, the student research is just amazing. The students are very interested in giving feedback to their teachers on their lessons to tell them how it could be better for them. And I'm going to just hand it over to Dr. Kozlowski to just talk a little bit about our next steps about really focusing in on student outcomes and connecting our work to that.
So there are several faculty at Stanford, all of whom have their own research labs that have been helping to fuel some of the work. So Professor Chris Lemons, who got a $300,000 internal grant from Stanford to do the Paraeducator Academy, is planning to continue to do that work and to continue to work with Stanford to fund the capacity of the people who are coming to work with the paraeducators to continue that work. Jason Yateman, who is the developer of the ROAR handheld instantaneous assessment device, has built a device that we can put all kinds of assessments on it and take just-in-time data from students about what they're doing at the moment and provide that feedback to teachers so that they can adjust their instruction. The ROAR project, one of the things that we do in ROAR is to assess reading, but it gives us the capacity to study social emotional well-being as it's happening in a classroom around particular subject matter. we can actually assess kids' attention to task, all kinds of things with these handheld devices, and we're excited to continue to do that work. From the Behavioral Pediatrics group, we have Heidi Feldman, who's the Director of Behavioral Pediatrics, helping to lead the ECHO and the conflict cycle work. So we've got that kind of work going on. So it's becoming a very interdisciplinary project for faculty across the university. And we are actually, the Learning Differences Initiative is housed in the Stanford Accelerator for Learning. The Stanford Accelerator for Learning just put on, right before Christmas, the AI Plus Disabilities Conference, which was a 2-day conference. Friday was policy people from across the United States looking at the relationship between AI and disability research. But the really fun and great part of that was a hackathon that we did on Saturday, which brought 165 people to campus, people with disabilities, families of children who have disabilities, computer science students from all over Stanford, and we built 21 different AI devices in 12 hours that were built and demonstrated. And not only that, but they were used by people with disabilities to see how useful they would be. And we were able to award a series of prizes to the people that kind of the projects that rose to the top. But we want to continue to do that kind of work. We'd love to see us bring things like brain-based learning to the campus so kids can learn more about how their brains work and how their brains can become more productive. So add and embellish the kinds of things that might make a difference for how kids approach learning, and then to continue the Condor project, which is this outreach to local businesses and tertiary education institutions, not just universities, but trade schools and other places, so that kids on the campus are really developing an agenda and a life journey map, if you will, for where they're going to go when they graduate. So there's a lot of energy that we're excited because the partnership has been very, very productive, I think, on the Stanford side, but also very much so on the Agnew side. And we like to just come and be there with your students and your teachers and your school leaders. It's really a terrific experience. And we'll continue to design, but the design is coming from our shared passion, not from some idea that exists outside of what's going on in the school community. So it's a research, practice, learning as the core of this. We're learning partnership. So thank you for letting us be here, and we look forward to more opportunities.
And if you have any questions, we will take them now.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yeah, so this looks like a very exciting project. There's a lot in here that I really like. I'm a little bit, I'm curious, and I think it's probably built in. This is obviously a sort of a strategic high level, this is what we're doing type of thing. And I think I want to go down in the weeds a little bit. So keep me out of there if I get too much into it. But you've got what appears to be some very good formative assessment in there. The ROAR that you talked about, instantaneous, it's following a lot of continuous improvement concepts, this type of thing. And I'm a little bit interested on the summative assessments specific to the Agnews campuses, or the Agnews schools, I should say. And how we're evaluating the efficacy of the programs and whether or not we're proceeding. So we're doing a lot of learning and we're coming up with things, and we're using an iterative process to do it. And the real question in the back of my head, is it doing anything? Are they making improvements? Are things changing? So that's one piece that at some point, we may not be there right now, but or maybe you do have that. I'd like to know a little bit more about how that summative assessment goes on, which is the one, I think the more important of the two is the formative assessment, the instantaneous stuff. But to know whether that's working right, you need the summative to get a response. So that'd be my question.
That's a great question. And we wouldn't be there if we weren't collecting data to answer the question, does this thing work now? That's one question,
Hmm.
right? And that's the place we are. All of these projects have have met the criteria for actually collecting data and reporting the data. And the data that we report is, did this work in this space of time? But collectively, if we do this work, we also have to connect it to the outcome data that are collected through the assessments that happen on an annual basis. But what we'd also like to do is to sharpen the kinds of assessments that we use over time so that we can see more clearly what shifts are being made in how students learn, for instance, how students analyze data. To what extent is AI a tool that actually accelerates learning, and to what extent is it a tool that impedes the development of the brain itself? So those questions are absolutely critical, but we can't answer the summative things without doing the formative things first. So that's, you absolutely have that in place. But each of the things that we're doing this year will result in a series of scientific reports about what we learned on those things. But I don't think that it's worthwhile for you or for us if we can also say, this is how it's improving the whole school community in terms of their learning outcomes as measured by the standard protocols that you currently use, and potentially that we develop others that are more powerful.
Yeah, and so the creation of alternative assessment, I have no issue with that. That may be probably the best approach. I know that as a board, we have put enormous emphasis on improving academic achievement. That's probably one of our top goals after safety. So that was one of the reasons I sort of zeroed in on that. I like what you're doing. We actually had another person from Stanford, Melina Underkaffer, who came in for a while. I don't know if you know her or not, research neurologist that helped us with quite a few things. And she was very successful at moving a few of our programs, particularly at Central Park, forward. So fantastic work that you're doing. Thank you. You probably will hear me bring up the assessment the next time you're here.
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Muirhead.
Thank you very much for the presentation and all the work that you're doing, and that you're bringing all these your students in. I think it's really wonderful to hear the collaboration that's going on. I also had some concern, I think similar to Trustee Ratterman's, just making sure that this program is building student achievement and not a distraction from student achievement, because you can get all excited about research and the wonderful things that you're talking about here, and forget that, kids still need to learn how to read and write and do arithmetic. So I am kind of, we'll be watching you about your test scores. I'm looking at you, Principal, that we still want kids achieving. And then the other piece, you talk mostly pretty high level here, but when you talked about your ROAR assessment, sometimes we hear, especially when it gets closer to the end of the year, about assessment fatigue and how many times we assess our kids and how much time we're spending on prepping the kids and doing the assessments and And I'm assuming that this handheld device is a pretty quick, it's like you do something and then you assess really, within a moment, and then the teacher can look at that and decide whether to move on or not. And it's not like, okay, now we're spending, an hour doing another assessment.
Yeah, it is a quick 15-minute assessment. We've had an opportunity to pilot it at a few of our elementary classrooms, and we're thinking about, we've had some glitches within the platform, so we're working through those glitches to see how we can scale that. But it is a very rapid assessment.
Okay, even
Cool.
15 minutes seems like a lot in the course of a day. When attention span of a third grader, you tell me, but it's not super long. So I would just be cognizant of the amount of assessments that our kids do over the course of the year, and making it very impactful so that when you're doing it, it makes a difference.
Yeah, the other place that we are actually working with ROAR is at the high school, because our high school, a few of our high school special education teachers are really interested, because we get to that level and we really don't have any reading assessments. And so they're using it to help determine what are the next steps for students who are scoring like they need additional support. It's more or less a screener, so it is very quick. And then that helps our special education teachers know what next. Do they need to be have some more phonics work in Sunday, or is it something different? So we're trying it a little bit in a lot of places, and it is very quick, and places where we don't have other things. I know we have lots of assessments at the elementary school, but that is not true in the area of literacy at our middle and high schools. So exploring it there.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Watanabe?
Thank you, President. Thank you for the presentation. It is really exciting to see and hear about. I just have three quick questions. And well, number one, it's really exciting to see third and fourth graders just being so engaged, and then they even want to continue participating on Saturdays. I mean, so you're doing something right here. And then when all you have to say is AI, and that's a very sexy word these days. So kids want to know more. Just want to know what your timeline is for and then bringing a report forward. And then, are there any plans to extend the program beyond these three schools? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, thanks. Those are great questions. This is year 3. It's really year 2.5 because we really didn't get started till midway through the first year of our partnership, just getting things set up. But this is year 3 of a 3-year agreement that we have, and we would like to return to you in a month or two with an extension of our partnership so we can continue the work. So that's the answer to your first question. You have to remind me of your other two.
Plans to extend.
Oh, yes. So the idea here is, yes, our plans are to work with our steering committee to see how what we've learned, if anything, can be also extended and offered to other schools. So we started particularly with these 3 schools because we really designed those schools to be inclusive environments completely. We don't have self-contained special education classes at either the elementary or the middle. We have one at the high school, and finding ways to really mainstream those students as much as possible. But for the most part, those 3 campuses are completely inclusive. For instance, our other high schools have basic classes, and Kathleen McDonald has no basic classes. The kids are actually in general education classrooms with support. So that's a huge focus of ours. What we want to do is extend those practices to other schools so that students with disabilities and those that maybe just are neurodiverse feel comfortable in their learning in typical classrooms. So that is something that we're looking at for next year, is even to see how we can share this with other schools.
Great goals. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move now to public comment. I have 4 slips, so I'll call you up. Nicole Tafoya, Whitney Ueda, thank you, Joe Young, and Lisa Rivera da Silva.
Can I start? Okay. Hello, my name is Nicole Tafoya, and I'm the proud vice principal of McDonald High School. I'm here tonight to highlight the valuable research practice learning partnership between Stanford University and McDonald High School, which is enhancing our efforts to create inclusive, student-centered learning environments. Having Stanford experts on site has provided research-backed strategies, professional learning, and direct support for our educators and paraeducators. 2 key parts of RPLP I'd like to highlight tonight are, one, you heard earlier about the Para Pro Academy. Our paraeducators are receiving structured training and coaching in data collection, behavior management, and inclusive instructional strategies. Through embedded coaching and collaboration with teachers, paraeducators feel more confident and better equipped to support students and collaborate, leading to stronger academic and behavioral outcomes. The paraeducators who've been participating at my site are excited about the work and feel really proud about what they're doing. Another thing I'd like to highlight are the STEP candidates that we have on campus. So STEP is the Stanford Teacher Education Program. The candidates They've been an incredible opportunity for our students and staff. These future educators bring fresh perspectives and innovative practices while also gaining hands-on experience and inclusive teaching. Their presence strengthens our classroom and fosters mentorship opportunities between experienced teachers and new educators. This collaboration is already making a meaningful difference in our school, and we're excited about future learning opportunities that will continue to benefit our students, teachers, and support staff. Thank you for your time and your ongoing commitment to inclusive education in our district. There are so many bright spots at McDonald, and for sure, this is one of those bright spots that I'm proud to share with you all tonight. Our administration team is grateful for all the support and opportunities we're able to offer our students and community at McDonald. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Whitney Ueda, and this is my 25th year teaching in Santa Clara Unified. I come to you via Scott Lane, Calajon, Huerta, and Agnew. This week, we just finished our first inclusive inquiry project. I am the teacher of some of those fourth graders that you were referring to. And I would just want to say this title, Inclusive Inquiry Project, right? So that first word, inclusive, I've been at Huerta and then Agnews for 4 years. So I've been involved in the launch of inclusion in the classroom. And I really feel like it is the teachers and students who are defining and redefining what inclusion is on a daily basis. In order to understand why I'm here to support the Inclusive Inquiry Project, I think it's important to understand what I have in my classroom. I have a great classroom. These are the pandemic kindergartners. There are 6 students with learning differences, 8 ELLs, 2 with speech, 3 who receive counseling, and those are some of the students are dually and triply identified. So it's important for you to understand that context because I believe the Inclusive Inquiry Project was a success in my classroom. And as a classroom teacher, I will tell you right now, I am overwhelmed. It's a lot, but I have a great class, but I need support. I need that collaboration. And that's really why I'm here. The team that came from Stanford, shout out to Nicole, Sandra, Lindsay, my colleagues, Chapel and Ms. G, we've worked really hard over the past few months to get this project up and off the ground. And I can tell you, to speak to your question, Mr. Rotterman, and I think Ms. Watanabe too, we saw instant improvement from the students. They're writing, they're speaking, they're learning. And it was amazing to lift these students who might be harder to reach and practice these skills and present in front of the class. I'd love to see it continue throughout the campus.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Rivera de Silva, and I'm a first grade teacher at Agnew Elementary School. I'm here tonight to share my positive experiences over the past 2 years as a member of the RPLP Steering Committee in partnership with the Stanford University. As a member of the steering committee, I've had the privilege of working with staff members across the Agnew campuses, district leaders, and Stanford leaders as well. This partnership has created many opportunities for myself and our staff. Because of this program, I've been able to better my teaching practices through professional developments, such as attending the lesson study in San Francisco. As a result of that, my first grade level team is working on our own lesson study, and we're in the planning stages for that, and I have a set date for that assessment time, that actual lesson study to be completed. The opportunity has also, this opportunity has also given me a chance to go to an inclusive conference in 2 weeks. So I'm very excited about that, to learn more about how to create more inclusive practices into my own teaching practices and in our school. We've also been able to visit Stanford D School, which is very exciting as well. At Agnew Elementary specifically, we were able to create an ECHO model support group for teachers alongside with Stanford professionals. This created a safe space for teachers and staff to share the problems of practice and work together to help come up with solutions as a team. Our staff has also had the privilege to participate in the Para-Pro Academy, which has supported the para-educators and strengthened their role in the classroom. I have witnessed the benefits of this firsthand with my current grade level para. She has used many techniques she's learned in the Para-Pro Academy to support our students and help build relationships with them. I'd also like to highlight a couple of things happening this year because of our partnership with Stanford, and those are the presence of the Stanford Steppies, which is a student-teacher program, and the success of our first inclusive inquiry research lesson in which students have become researchers. Although my grade was not a part of this, I was a part of the planning process for this activity. With information they gathered, teachers were able to make improvements to their lessons. Sorry. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Young, school principal of Agnew Elementary. It's already been highlighted. I'm going to keep with what I wrote, but I'll speak freely as well. So I'm here to highlight the part of the research practice learning partnership with Stanford, and that all the many impactful and influential projects. One is that ParaPro Academy. We were fortunate, Agnew was fortunate to have the ParaPro Academy in the 23-24 school year. And with the ParaPro Academy, it really elevates the important classified staff members in our classrooms. It impacted the teaching and learning in the classroom, allowed our paras to be able to, again, elevate their voice, strengthen the collaboration amongst each other as paras and with the classroom teachers. Some of the topics that were explored were supporting students in our full inclusion school, developing support and instructional strategies, effective data collection structures, reading and understanding a student's IEP, and fostering meaningful collaboration, again, with other paras and teachers. During this current school year, through the continued support from Stanford's grant process, ParaPro has been extended to all 3 schools on the campus complex. And now it supports the paraeducators from the MacHugh that's kind of a phrase that we've combined all 3 names. Strengthen their skill sets around MacHugh, strengthen their skill sets around academic, social, emotional supports, and learning for all. So really also to speak about that one previous question from the board is that right away, it allows them to be empowered, strengthens their voice, their presence, and the collaboration for student learning. And it helps us do what's best for kids, for their academics, behavior, social, emotional progress, and performance. And we're seeing it, as you just heard from Mrs. De Silva. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the slips I have. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Is there anyone in the Zoom? No? Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay.
Okay, for members of the public watching through Zoom, and if you would like to make a comment, you can use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen, and we will call on our speakers in the order that your hands were raised. Just like we have in the room here, there will be a 2-minute timer on screen to help you moderate your comments. At the end of 2 minutes, we will need to move on to the next speaker in order to ensure equitable speaking time. Our first commenter is Donnell Sontag, and you should be prompted to unmute by our tech team because I don't have co-hosting. Thank you, guys.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Donnell Sontag. I am the principal at Huerta Middle School, and I would like to add my support for our RPLP practices. At Huerta, we are focusing on lifting up the voice of our Latinx students, and our partnership with Stanford has been a tremendous support. They have done focus groups, and we are moving forward to taking the feedback from our students to a cycle of inquiry with some teachers doing that lesson study that Agnew has already done. We are really excited about this opportunity, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without the support of Stanford.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment. And President Lieberman, that was the only one.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Trustee Muirhead, you wanted to make another comment.
Well, I was just wondering, Dr. Gonzalez, if there was any way to determine if the ParaPro program was keeping paraprofessionals around longer, like they feel more invested and more educated if their tenure with Santa Clara Unified is longer, if they've taken this program. It may be too early to tell, but I don't know if there's any feeling from the Agnew paras that did it a year or two ago, if a higher percentage of them have stayed.
I'm going to look into the data, see what we have.
Yeah, it would be interesting over time to see if it's making an impact, because sometimes that's a position that turns often. So that would be great if it did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it very much. We'll look forward to hearing about new developments. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now to L4, our 2024-2025 mid-year LCAP report. Mr. Stam.
Thank you, President Lieberman. While Mr. Stam is making his way up, we are pleased to bring this report this evening. Our local control accountability plan is certainly a plan that governs much of the work that we do, on which we receive a great deal of community input to structure that plan. And while the plan is in development for the coming year, what we're bringing this evening is a mid-year report on the current year's LCAP. So, Mr. Stam.
Thank you, Dr. Waddell, and good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Ms. Burrell. As Dr. Waddell stated, this mid-year update is required by law, and it's the second year that we've been doing it, and we learned a thing or two from last time. And I have to credit Trustee Fairchild with pushing us to use the connection of metrics to actions, which is really the first time that has happened in the history of the LCAP, to try and look for evidence of the impact of some of our programmatic investments. And so that's where I'm going to be focusing the presentation. You have a very comprehensive report attached to this agenda item at 39 pages, I believe, the entire LCAP. All 4 goals, 26 actions, and 84 metrics. This is going to be focused on some highlights. I also just want to recognize Cameron Lewis, Brenda Creo, Rob Griffin, and Kevin Knavel, all here who contributed to the development of the report. So let's dive in. So our first LCAP goal, if you recall, is about improving the achievement of all of our students while we're accelerating the achievement of our historically underserved student groups. In the first goal, we have 9 actions and 33 metrics. You'll note that there are state-required metrics and locally determined metrics. These exist for each of the 3 goals that we're going to be sharing. We're not sharing data on the 4th goal, which is specific to New Valley in the presentation, but there is data on it in the report itself. I shared the results of the state-required metrics at the California dashboard presentation with the board on December 19th, so I won't be focusing on those. I'll really be focusing on our locally determined metrics. Goal 1 also reflects over $12 million in invested funds, the overwhelming majority of which are contributing. Funds determined to be contributing if they're principally directed towards enhancing outcomes for unduplicated youth, which, just to remind the board, are our foster youth, students experiencing homelessness, economically disadvantaged students, and English learner students. These funds are also frequently referred to as targeted funds. Non-contributing funds are typically directed at all students. So the example that you see here, $303,000 in non-contributing funds in Goal 1, that is primarily going for fees associated with taking the PSAT, SAT, and AP exams, which are available to all students. So just a quick update on action implementation. You'll see these for each of the goals. There are 3 categories: planned, on track, and fully implemented. An example of a planned action under Goal 1 is to provide summer programming for students identified in need of Tier 2 and 3 support. This is planned because it's for the coming summer. Fully implemented action would be the distribution of funds to sites, targeted funds to sites. That's been completed by the central office, so it's fully implemented. However, the sites are still in the process of expending those funds. And then on-track actions are ongoing programmatic efforts, such as providing targeted services to our EL students. This slide focuses on the status of our spending in Goal 1. So the vast majority of spending is on track. And the accompanying report details exact dollar amounts being expended. Many of them are at the midpoint because we're at the midpoint of the year. One area where spending has not started is providing before and after school support with centrally deployed targeted funds. There is substantial funding through other sources like ELOP and through site expenditures of their own targeted funds. But centrally, we're currently working on a pilot with the Bay Area Tutoring Group to target intervention at the middle schools that will begin this spring at Booksir, and if successful, we'll expand it to all middle schools in future years. There we go. This slide highlights 3 actions in Goal 1 and associated investments. So Action 1 is our tiered early literacy supports and is $3.6 million for our actually 17 K2 literacy intervention teachers. It's 16 FTE because they're 2 half-time lit teachers, and as well as their training and certification. Action 1.4 in the orange is summer programs for neediest service students. And that's a $1.6 million investment for teachers, administrators, classified, transportation, and custodial. And then Action 1.7 is supplementary services for English learners, and is a $2.2 million investment for our 28 LSATs, 17 FTE, again, sorry for that confusion, our coordinator of EL services, and 1 bilingual community liaison. So this is an effort to provide what the board requested, which is more granular detail about what the funds are actually being spent on. On the next slide, I'm going to move now to the metrics for those 3 action items, but you can see our Goal 1 metrics in the blue. All that outcome data is already available from our 2024 dashboard metrics. In the orange, 12% of metrics are still under development. This is primarily an SEL and belonging survey that we're in the process of designing and intend to conduct later in the spring. And then in the green, data collection is in progress for about a quarter of these metrics. And we've really tried to lean in on trying to develop local metrics to assess the impact of our actions and investments. And they're represented in the orange and the green pie slices. I just want to say that this is an imperfect and an evolving effort. We're learning some important preliminary information, and I will want to spend a little time in the next 2 slides to show you what I mean by that. And I apologize for this small font to the audience. There's a lot of data on this slide. So this slide shows 2 new metrics to assess the impact of our Tier 2 and 3 early literacy intervention programs, which were created for students with the highest need and have been in place for a number of years now. If you recall, this is the $3.6 million annual investment in our lit coaches. Before discussing the results, I want to orient the audience to the layout of these slides. So the first column in the green provides the action description. The second column provides the key metrics that are associated with that action. The third column provides our mid-year results. And these results are either baseline data from last year or a year-to-date calculation, if we have the data available now. And then the far right column represents the 3-year desired outcome the district set when the LCAP was written last year and where we want to be at the end of the 26-27 school year. So the first metric in the top row utilizes the Reading Recovery National Growth Average as a benchmark for students receiving this Tier 3 one-on-one intervention. As a result of our lit coaches' work, 98% of the students, which is about 162 students, who received the full program last school year exceeded the average growth of district and national random sample students, which is a comparison set of students who range across the spectrum of reading levels. So the students receiving the reading recovery exceeded the growth of the comparison set of students, the relative growth, right, from where they started to where they ended. The next metric below, 1.16, focuses on students receiving Tier 2 literacy interventions in a small group setting in first or second grade. This is known as our RISE program. It's also administered by the LIT coaches. This uses the performance on the iReady reading assessment as a benchmark. iReady calculates a typical growth and a stretch growth for students based upon their Fall Diagnostic 1 iReady results. Stretch growth represents the anticipated progress students need to make in order to close gaps in their knowledge and reach grade level expectations if they get to have 2 years of consecutive stretch growth. So the baseline results collected this year revealed that 21% of first and second grade students in RISE met or surpassed all of their stretch growth targets, compared to 32% of students not identified as needing any additional support. And 90% of RISE students met 75 to 99% of their stretch growth targets, so the vast majority of their stretch growth targets, compared to 22% of students not needing any supplementary support. So more discussion is needed to determine if iReady stretch growth targets are the best metric to monitor the impact of the LIT coaching program. Like I said, we're learning as we go. And if so, what the appropriate target should be. But our Data Assessment Accountability Department believes, and I agree with them, that 43% of students, that's the 19 plus the 21, in need of Tier 2 support, meeting 75% more of their stretch growth target is a strong preliminary result. And merits further study.
Can I interrupt for a clarification on the slide? You're using the number 19, and I'm seeing, I think, 21. Am I looking at the wrong spot, or I'm trying to understand so many numbers you have?
Yes, I may have misspoke, and I may have switched the numbers. So it's 21 and 22%. Versus 32 and 19%. Thank you for catching that.
Sorry, and where's the 32 and 19 coming from?
So the 32 and the 19 are for the students who are not receiving the support. So this was an additional analysis that the DAA did that was not in the LCAP. But it's once we had that data, by measuring the students in the intervention program, we were then able to begin to do a comparison study.
Okay.
So I should have mentioned that it wasn't in the LCAP.
It's not in here.
No.
But the first two lines there are what you're referring to.
Right.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go to the next slide. Again, this is another example of our attempt to use local metrics for our summer program, which is another significant financial investment to build literacy and math skills. So the first row on top represents the percent of summer school students in grades 1 through 7 showing improvement in iReady reading between the last diagnostic in spring 2023 and the first in the fall 2024. The data indicates we're closing the gap between students overall and Latino students who attended summer school programs. Fifth grade Latino summer school attendees showed greater progress in reading than the overall summer attendee percentage and tied it in seventh grade. In metric 1.18, which is the lower row, we're seeing similar percentages in summer school students showing improvement in iReady math, with Latino students outpacing the overall summer attendee progress percentages in first and fourth grade. And then in taking a second look, again, this next part that I'm going to tell you is not included in the LCAP. The DAA department conducted an analysis that compared the relative improvement in iReady scores between student groups that attended summer school and those that did not. Findings revealed that our Latino students who attended summer programming experienced progress in both math and reading at higher rates than Latino students that did not attend. Notable areas of growth were seen in math among first, second, fourth, sixth, and seventh grade students. Additional areas of growth were observed within reading among fifth grade Latino students and seventh grade Latino students. In relation to students overall who attended summer programming, relative improvements were seen in math within every grade level, with the exception of fifth grade. Middle school saw the greatest gains, sixth grade and seventh grade. So again, what you're seeing here, and again, this is our first attempt to do this, because we're collecting this local data systematically now, is we're trying to assess the impact of summer school on students overall compared to students who didn't go. And then also for our Latino subgroup in particular, because that's a focus, what is the impact of summer school attendance? And what we're seeing is we're seeing a positive benefit of participation in summer school, and relatively greater impact for our Latino students to participate in summer school. So again, this is reinforcing our desire to continue to invest and improve our work in summer programming. I'm going to go to the next slide. So this slide shows our services related to EL student growth and English proficiency. The first row shows the percent of EL students making progress towards English proficiency on the LPAC. As you can see on the far right, our 3-year desired outcome is 70% for English learners and 75% for long-term English learners. We're at 56 and 51% currently. We have more work to do, as this result represents maintaining our progress, not improving our progress as a district overall. And in the lower row, metric 1.25 is focused on the percent of EL students reclassified as English language proficient. Our 3-year desired outcomes are 40% for ELs and 55% for long-term ELs. We're currently at 17% for ELs and 27% for long-term ELs, which show a decline of 6% from the previous year. However, we made dramatic double-digit growth in the year prior to that, and we are still double-digit higher than our historic district rates. Long-term English learners are now an official student group in the dashboard and remain a focus for our district. So on to LCAP Goal 2, which is about the equitable allocation of social, emotional, and behavioral support to students. So this goal includes 6 actions and 26 metrics and covers over $17 million in funds. In this case, most of the funds are non-contributing in that they're directed at more than just unduplicated students. This is part of our effort in the LCAP to make it more comprehensive and representative of our investments in student mental health, well-being, and social-emotional development. All of our actions in Goal 2 are on track, and that implementation is underway. All of the actions have spending underway as well. I'm going to focus in on a couple actions here and the associated investments. Action 2.1 supports the development of tiered systems of social, emotional, and behavioral support and intervention in our schools, which we primarily refer to as PBIS. The investment for this action is for 2 MTSS coaches and for the Project Cornerstone program materials. And then action 2.3 is providing equitable mental health and wellness support for all students with a focus on our unduplicated youth. The non-contributing investments here are for special education, mental health, federal and state grants, secondary counselors, and social workers. So with regard to the metric, data availability at this point in the year is mixed. The state required metrics of outcome data available, for example, suspension, dropout rate, attendance rate that I shared with the board in December. These are baseline numbers for our new LCAP, those numbers. In orange, about 1/3 of our metrics are still under development, and examples include schools using SEL curriculum and secondary schools implementing restorative practices. And in green, we have data collection in progress for some of our local metrics like school counselor and wellness classroom presentations and group counseling sessions. To be honest, we were very ambitious in the scope and the nature of our metric development for Goal 2, and maybe we bit off a little more than we could chew. It's taking time to determine the exact data and the means of collection. So we are attempting to collect the data in new areas. Some of it's experimental, and we will probably refine it in the annual update. But we do expect to learn a lot from this process about the impact of our actions and how to better measure them, so that we make sure that we're getting a return on our investments, which is the goal. I'll show an example here in the next slide. So we've created 4 new metrics related to the implementation of PBIS, which stands for Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports in our elementary and secondary schools. We have a tool called the Tiered Fidelity Inventory that we use to record the number of strategies and consistency of implementation of those strategies. Schools consistently implementing a certain percentage of the PBIS strategies are considered to be meeting fidelity, which you can see there. If a 70 or 80% implementation, that it means that a school is fully implementing 70 to 80% of the fidelity benchmarks. So that's meeting fidelity. And then making progress towards fidelity is below that. This helps the district and the school site with progress monitoring, goal setting, and resourcing PBIS efforts as we move towards a district-wide adoption of PBIS. And you can see some of the numbers there. You can see the number of secondary schools as a ratio or percentage is considerably lower than elementary because we've spent many more years in the elementary schools supporting the development of PBIS. I've really only been in the secondary schools for the last 2 years. This next slide is about our mental health and wellness supports, and we have 3 locally determined metrics focused on this as well. You can see for the first metric, which is about the a supply and demand metric, we're able to provide 100% of requested or referred wellness coordinator therapeutic services. So this actually outpaces our 3-year outcome and is currently good news that we're well resourced in that realm. In the middle row, 2.17, wellness coordinators represent one component of a larger wellness team. The total number of classroom presentations conducted by wellness coordinators, counseling associates, trainees, and social work interns was over 780 in the fall. And you can see that we're at the high level that we want to be at for this. And then for metric 2.18, this refers to the number of group counseling sessions conducted as a supplement to time and resource intensive one-on-one counseling sessions, allowing reach to a larger number of students. The collection of this data is going to inspire additional questions such as how do we determine whether we're reaching all of the students who need those services. So collecting data inspires more questions that then, makes us think about what additional or different data we need to collect. So on to goal 3, which is focused on our partnerships. We have 6 actions and 14 metrics under goal 3 and about $1 million in investments, over half of which are directed at our unduplicated students. We are on track in terms of implementing our actions for this goal, and we're also on track in terms of our spending for this goal. And just a couple highlights. For action 3.3, which is focused on our Family Resource Center, we're investing in a student and family engagement liaison and 2 other Family Resource Center staff. And then for action 3.5, which is focused on translation and interpretation, we're investing in a translator, interpreter, and translation services through LanguageLine. And then with regard to metrics, you can see here again, the large majority, our outcome data is available, which is part of our LCAP baseline. And then the metric under development in the orange slice is the % of students responding that they agree that their culture is recognized by their school. And we're working on how we're going to make that part of that survey that we're developing. And we'll share progress on this at the annual update presentation in late May. And then just lastly, the metrics here. So a number of Family Resource Center contacts each year. A contact includes things like holiday gift baskets, backpack giveaways, food pantry access. And we're currently at 29% of last year's unduplicated student contacts and 35% of unduplicated family contacts this year. And then metric 3.6 is the number of events last year, which include food distributions, workshops, and district-wide events. I want to note that last year's 26 events had over 1,300 families and over almost 3,300 students attend. And then the last metric is the % of families reporting a positive impact from the Family Resource Center events. And we're currently at 85% and would like to get ideally 100%. And then lastly, this is translation and interpretation services. Again, these are new metrics. These are the number of episodes that we're providing and the number of LanguageLine requests that have been made. And we may want to change that to looking at what is the percentage of families with home language other than English who are being served through Language Line. So again, we're playing a little bit with the metrics there, but you can see some of our initial data collection efforts at the midpoint of the year around this. So while this may feel like a lot of data coming to the board, like we're drowning you in data, it's important for the board to remember, though, that these data are also used by the departments that are much more closely responsible for these results to help inform their own actions and help them assess their own impact. And so the report is just one giant collation of it, but we are using this to have those types of progress meetings with the responsible departments. And then lastly is just the budget overview. There we go. So this just reflects the changes from the adopted budget to the first interim budget. This is a required document called the Budget Overview for Parents. And then the last slide is the difference between projected expenditures in the adopted budget and then what's in the first interim budget. And I defer to Mr. Shield if you have detailed questions about those numbers. That concludes the report.
Thank you very much. Do we have any board questions or comments? Trustee Rotterman?
So one of the questions I always see when I see this kind of data, particularly when you're comparing grade levels, is whether or not it's cohort data or whether it's just this grade, that grade. I forget the term for that. So I looked at this, I ran a couple quick numbers here, and I was looking at standard deviations around 8%. And so I'm just trying to see how, is this cohorted data? It's not, I didn't think so. So variability between the grades can make some pretty big differences. So how do we know that this data has given us an accurate reflection of what's really happening as opposed to the needles bouncing?
Well, a couple things. One is that we do aspire to provide cohort data, and I know Mr. Lewis and I have been in some conversation, and you're welcome to come up and speak to that if you want, where we are with that with schools.
So I would say it depends on the metric that you're referencing. So for instance, if you're referencing the summer school data.
I had to look at that one. That was one.
So it is, so if it says first grade, that student took, they were in first grade when they did the summer school program, but the analysis is done from the change of where that student was as a first grader and then where they were, or how they ended their first grade year and then where they were beginning their second grade year. So it actually is matched to the individual student growth. It's not looking at, first graders who are in this program compared to first graders who are in the program the next year.
Right, so it is a
It's
cohort
matched.
within the year that
Yes.
takes place. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're doing before and after assessment, so you basically got the same population you're working with.
Correct. Yeah. So basically looking at, with iReady being one of our primary assessments that we use within the district, it's saying, okay, well, how did those kids do when they ended the school year before the summer school intervention? And then how did they do on those same assessments? The same assessment type anyways, iReady, after they've received the summer school intervention. And then what is that progress growth? And so some students, don't make growth, and then some do, unfortunately, go a little backwards. But the numbers that are in there are students who actually did improve their overall standing between the grade levels.
I'm just curious, do we do an assessment? So this may be off topic, and I apologize if so, but we assess the students, say, at the beginning of first grade, at the end of first grade, and then we assess them again when they go into second grade. Do we take a look at the learning loss that occurs over vacation break?
So no, not in a formal analysis. We haven't looked at summer learning loss.
Okay.
And we do test, we test students at the beginning, the fall, and then in the middle, and then at the end. So,
Yeah, there's been some testing on that, has some really interesting trends. I'm not going there because it's off topic, but thank you for your input, and obviously have an interest in that kind of data.
Trustee Fairchild?
Thank you, President Lieberman. I really want to thank Mr. Stamm and Mr. Lewis for their excellent work. We this is a very different report than we got last year, and I really appreciated the report and the presentation. There is so much detail, and I appreciate the effort in connecting the expenditures with the outcomes. I know that was a lot of work, so I just want to express my gratitude for doing that, because that helps us to understand better how we're spending our money. I have a question on slide 8. If we want to go to slide 8. And it's stood out to me because we had talked previously about the stretch goal, and that those students who are receiving intensive academic support, that did we want to just have a normal goal or a stretch goal? So it was very helpful to see the stretch goal results for our Tier 2 reading intervention students. I know that the Tier 3 students participate in the same testing that our Tier 2 students. So I wonder why we didn't report out their stretch goal numbers.
So thank you, Trustee Fairchild. We could report them out. We did not, because that was not the structure of the metric at the time. The metric for the iReady stretch growth was tied to the RISE, the Tier 2 program, and not the Tier 3.
I would really appreciate if you could get that information, because that will be comparing apples to apples as far as those two interventions. Since this is our assessment system we're using, I appreciate that with the reading recovery assessment system, it showed this growth, but it doesn't fit with our other assessment metrics. And so it doesn't really tell me the difference between the two interventions. And so that for me would be more helpful. And I don't want it to be too burdensome, but it sounds like it's 114 students. So, and I know they've all taken the iReady in the fall and the iReady in the spring, and that was what was used. So for me, that would be more helpful than the data that's being reported right now. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Fairchild. It does. The only thing that I would add is that I know that there was some trepidation about using iReady as the metric for these programs. We were worried about the grain size of the and really the match of the measurement tool to the student group. So our students who are receiving Tier 3 intervention, many of them may actually be referred to for special education as an appropriate placement. And so we were just, it's the new metric, new baseline. We were just, wanting to be careful about selecting the correct tool that would be able to really pinpoint the growth that we should expect from students who need Tier 3 intervention.
I understand. If it's not going to be the iReady, we need to have something that measures their growth. We don't want a comparison to other students. We want a comparison to themselves. And so it doesn't necessarily help me to say that, well, compared to these students, I mean, they grew, but I want ours to see that if we're not using iReady, what are we using to say, well, this is exactly the growth of these students. So that's just my only concern with that metric, is that for me, I want a better sense of what the growth looked like.
Absolutely, thank you. And the only other thing that I would add is that, as you know, Trustee Fairchild, and also President Lieberman, we are conducting our literacy assessment group, and we are very carefully looking at some screeners for our early literacy program. So that would be K2, the same student group that is served in this analysis. And we're actually sort of thinking about how could we potentially use that tool and the associated progress monitoring to tie that into a metric of return on investment for the literacy intervention. So that would be a more precise tool that we could employ. So we are already thinking about how we could leverage that new state requirement into looking at our ROI.
Of course you are. Of course you are. So thank you so much. But if that information is available for those 114 students, I think it just would be interesting. I do realize that we are talking about Tier 3 intervention, and these are students that are near and dear to my heart, but it still would be helpful for us to know this.
Will do. I will generate that.
Thank you.
Trustee Muirhead?
Thank you both for all the work put in. I know it's required that you do this, but I think you've done more than you've done in the past. So I recognize that. I appreciate it. I don't want to go too far into the weeds because I don't know that it's appropriate, but I did want to clarify something about the summer school students when you were talking about comparing kids who went to summer school versus kids who didn't go to summer school. And I was wondering if the kids who didn't go to summer school are ones that should have gone to summer school but didn't, or kids who didn't qualify or need summer school, because those would be two different groups. Or were you just saying all kids? Because it would be interesting to know about kids who qualified and went and qualified and didn't go. That particular comparison would be interesting. But I was wondering what this was that you were talking about.
So you are correct. It's the cohort for the group of students who did not go to summer school. It would be a combination of kids who, who were on our list for those as a priority to invite, given their academic standing, and chose not to go. In addition to those who did not necessarily meet that benchmark. That is the comparison group with those who actually did attend. They are both in there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's it? Okay. I have a quick question. So I'm wondering a couple things. One, about how long, I don't know, maybe you can't answer this, but about how long is it to identify a student who needs Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention? And how are we going? So I'm looking at the SEL supports and intervention with PBIS, and it's a very robust set of interventions. I'm wondering how we're going to make our academic interventions a little bit more robust for Tier 2 and Tier 3. I see, one-on-one reading recovery and small group and summer school, but I'm wondering how we can provide more robust interventions for Tier 2 and Tier 3 at the academic level that might include more kinds of homework supports at the site level. I know we used to have SOAR, but my concern is there could be an equity issue with children who don't have parents at home that can provide those supports. So how will we address making those supports more robust at the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level?
Thank you for the question. I think you've put your finger on one of the key need areas in the district, because the reality is that we don't have consistent practice from school to school in the district, and we have some significant gaps in the provision of Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports in different subject areas and different grade spans. And that is the focus of our district leadership team work. It's the focus of our MTSS work for the entire year. And with, I think, as part of the annual update process, it sounds like if this is an area of interest of the board, that we lean in and we focus on, first of all, doing a current state assessment of what we have in place. We're using an example from Mount Diablo where they did a district mapping of their academic, social, emotional, and behavioral Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and then had each school do a similar mapping process so that they could get a clear view of where the current state is, and then make some decisions about where they needed to invest in the district in systemic approaches to Tier 2 and Tier 3 support. So that is my priority focus. I think it's Kathy Knavel's priority focus with the elementary literacy work group as well, in terms of what the future work is moving forward. So we have our work cut out for us, but we're right now actually just doing an inventory of Tier 2 and Tier 3 mathematics intervention in secondary We'll be collecting data around that just beginning next week, actually. So the first step is really collecting the data about what is currently in place, and then what do we need to do to address the gaps.
Okay, great. Thanks. You're on top of it, which is fabulous. I'm glad I asked. Okay, does anyone else have? Oh,
Sure. Absolutely.
it's an information item.
I mean, input is always welcome as part of the annual update process. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, I got to see if there's any public comment. Is there any public comment on the mid-year LCAP report? Anyone in the Zoom? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move now to M1. It's a planning item. It's the first reading of the board bylaw board policy updates recommended from the policy committee meeting on January 29th. Any board questions or comments on those policies? No? Okay. All right, so public comment on unagendized items. I don't have additional slips. Reports from the board. So we have about 25 minutes, so be brief. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes. Always had a little fun. I got to mention it. I was able to give a book report. I did my homework and the kids didn't boo me out of the room. So I was pretty excited about that over at Wilcox. I think I lost my mind a little while ago. I decided that I would help support Special Olympics. So on May 1st, apparently I'm going to do the polar plunge into the bay. I asked my doctor if this was a good idea. He says, well, you'll probably be okay. So we'll see what happens with that. But if anybody wants to help support Special Olympics or join my team, that would be thrilling to have you do that. And if anybody wants to make a support it financially, that's good too. Probably not supposed to do that from the board, but it's for a great cause, so who cares? Thanks.
Trustee Muirhead.
So I, as part of my work with the Environmental Literacy and Sustainability group, I was invited to visit the farm with the Santa Clara High School AP Environmental Science class, and it was so cool because they're looking at developing their own farms, and some of them are picking them in very interesting locations, you know, like the Amazon forest, and what would be the good cover crops and what should the soil look like. And they had Farmer Dave talking to them, and Kim Hunter, and Mint, who works over at the Nature Center. So it was very interesting and enlightening to learn about soil and such. I attended the Washington Open Play, which is always an amazing, amazing thing. And then just this was kind of a cool, you know, you see one of our groups performing in the wild. I was at Susan Ellenberg's State of the District event recently, and their performing was the Wilcox Jazz Band. So it was very cool to see them out there. They did a great job. They represented us well.
Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President Lieberman. So 3 quick things. I attended the Congressional Town Hall that was held about 2 weekends ago down in Mexican Heritage Plaza in San Jose, and Congressionals Zoe Lofgren, Ro Khanna, and Sam Liccardo were there talking about the issues going on in Washington and the potential impact to Santa Clara County. And it was, they really didn't have a lot of information, but just, you know, talked about the concerns and the eventual impacts. I have to say that I ran into Dr. Stan Rose there, and we talked briefly, and I found out from him that actually James Williams, who is the county county council executive director, No, he's just the executive director. Thank you. That he apparently is a true friend of Santa Clara Unified. So that was really good to hear, because we did talk briefly about education funding, and Dr. Rose said that he expressed to Mr. Williams about being mindful of special education funding because we hadn't heard anything brought up about it. So I was glad to hear that he was passing that along. I visited Don Calajan's school, and thanks to Director Dubrow setting up that visit, I really appreciated it. And last night I was actually appointed to the board of directors for PAL, which is the Police Activities League, which works with coordinating sports programs and a lot of other great activities to help the underserved students in our community. And I'm just glad to be a part of that and hoping to bring the school district in together with that organization as well. So thank you.
Trustee Ryan?
I will pass.
Trustee Fairchild also is going to pass. I just wanted to quickly say I attended the DLAC meeting last week. And if you want to be on the distribution list for those meetings, you can get the information on our website. They're very informative, and so I encourage parents and even students to tune into those. I also attended the LGBTQ plus roundtable discussion. It's a very scary time for our community. And so I'm hoping that our district can continue to support our students and our staff to feel like they're in a safe space when they're on a Santa Clara Unified campus. And the other thing that I did last week was attend the CTA dinner with Ms. Wysocki and Mr. Jackson and other members of the executive board. Trustee Rotterman, Trustee Watanabe, and Trustee Muirhead were there with me. And it was just it's a fun evening to talk with people and get to know each other personally, and just enjoy some time away from a school site. So it was a lovely evening, and I thank both of them for extending the invitation to us. So with that, I take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Rotterman?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Trustee Rotterman?
Yep.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So we are adjourned at 10:10 p.m. Thank